That's a little much. I mean, if it was me, I would have still just gone for the test. I mean, it's not too... Like, honestly, getting tested isn't that bad. And it's, you know, it might be good to have it ruled out. Anyway, let's go in 3, 2, 1, go. So yeah, welcome everybody. Today, as I've mentioned, we are doing Pokemon Crystal Raticate only. We're going to set the time to 3. That gives us an hour to catch a Raticate. Wait, tests are $250? Okay, sorry, that's crazy. I can suddenly understand why that becomes an issue. Yeah, around here they're free. Anyway, let's get moving. Oh right, this isn't gold. I always forget that that's different in gold in this one. Okay, we definitely want it to be Sunday so we can get ourselves the return TM. They're free under specific circumstances or a doctor referral. Right. Yeah, here they're just free. Like, even if you're asymptomatic, even then you can still get a test for free. Yo, Berserker with the raid. Welcome, raiders. Welcome to Pokemon Crystal Raticate only. Now, some of you may be wondering how we're gonna do that. We're actually gonna just still pick Totodile. And then once we've done all of this, we're gonna catch a Raticate in like a couple of minutes. The first rival fight we have to do the normal way. Hello everybody coming in. Hello Bart. Hello Den. Hello Alan. You guys are demanding bacon. Well, I am sorry to inform you that I do not currently have bacon. This is actually a runnable Totodile, even in a normal run. Funny. Hey Java. But yes, Berserker, you are hearing that correct. We are only allowed to use the Rattata line in this run. We are allowed to evolve it. I am allowed to get Raticate. It is Raticate only, after all. So, evolving it from Rattata to Raticate is fine. But, let me think of how to correctly word this. But we are, for general battles, only allowed to use this specific line. Yeah, Jaffa, I do remember your name. I remember you being here before. Not sure why it unfollowed, but... Yes, we're only gonna get one Rattata. I would be allowed to use more than one Rattata, but I don't think I need it. I'm fairly confident in my ability to beat this game with just a single Rattata. Alright, River. It's good to know. Yeah, before I'm actually gonna pet her, and I will pet her in a moment, Onion, but I'm gonna let her just calm down a little bit. Like, a couple minutes ago, Izzy was, quite hungry for attention. You're trying to beat the whole Pokemon game with just a Raticate? That is correct, Talon. That is correct. I'm hoping I'm saying that correct as Talon, by the way. I'm reading the one as an L. If I need to say it differently, let me know. But yes, I guess for those of you that just came in that don't actually know who I am, hello, I'm Cruel. I do a lot of dumb Pokemon challenges, usually as a speedrun. So, yeah, this is just one of many. And this seemed like a pretty fun one to do. We're playing the game all the way to Red. Lance is not sufficient here. We are also going to be beating Red. The idea being that we are essentially only going to use a single Raticate. Now, I will say we need to catch a Rattata first. It's 45% encounter in the grass on the very first route, Route 29. I want specifically a male Rattata, because a male Rattata has slightly higher attack in this game than a female Rattata. I wouldn't have minded catching a Poliwag afterwards as well. The early parts are probably going to be a little bit rough. That's just how it is. That's not the end of the world, though. How am I not able to run from this Poliwag? My god, that was really bad. Yeah, Onion, here you go. What is with these Poliwags? I didn't know they were this fast. I cannot catch the rat before silver. We don't have Pokeballs at this point. No, kitty cat? No. We need tears to this reward. Maybe we do, River. Maybe we do. We might get that at some point. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint every person loving cat cam here, but yeah, the pets made Izzy be like, okay, now I want to be on your lap as well. So now she's on my lap. Honestly, it doesn't even matter really if I win or lose this fight, so I'm just gonna not care. Thank you, River. Like, it really doesn't actually matter. Like, the double crit would mean that we lose, yeah. In a normal run, that obviously is a big problem. But since we're only limited to using a Rattata anyway, it's kind of whatever. I'm gonna have to catch a Rattata in a little bit anyway. It may make the grinding a little bit less fun, but... Yo, Floppy, thank you. Yeah, this is the place where we're gonna name our rival, and then we're gonna get ourselves a Rattata. My cat's just looking at me like, why aren't you giving me more pets now? And she's just pushing her face into my hands. Yes, kitty cat. You go sleep now, how about that? The professor here is here to tell us that, yeah, the road to championship is gonna be a long one. I have not, Return. I have not ever replaced a Gen 1, 2, or 3 battery. I think this one does have a replaced battery, but I bought these later. Bro, I like how the cat got the good cam and you got the foggier one. I mean, they're actually the exact same camera. The camera, or the cat cam and the main webcam I use are identical. At least, in theory. Yo, Fight Chow! Welcome, welcome, how are you? Okay, cat is now fully seated in my lap. Yeah, I think it's gonna be a little while before we're gonna have cat cam again. I'm doing good, thank you. Good to be back to streaming. I kind of took a week off after last week's run. It's nice to be back. Okay, if this is a male rat, I can catch it. Unfortunately, it's female. Now, I could still technically go with a female, but the problem with a female Rattata is I know it has really low attack DVs. So we really want a male, like this. Sorry, but also not sorry. Oh, it's all good, Onion. It's all good. I'm somewhat surprised that that managed to break out. Fine, we have enough Pokeballs. Because I don't actually have to catch a cut slave in this. I didn't nickname it. Where's the name raider? Is that Goldenrod or is that... That's Goldenrod, right? Okay, we'll just go to the name raider in Goldenrod then. Actually, this could work out just fine, actually. Yeah, we'll go to the name raider in Goldenrod later. Bit of a silly time loss, it shouldn't have happened, but... Okay, so what we're gonna do is I'm gonna use the Pokemon Center, because I kind of want full health on Rattata. And then we're gonna give it a berry. I know an extra berry I can pick up. And then we're gonna go towards Violet, but we're gonna fight every single trainer along the way. We are absolutely going to need every piece of experience we can get going into the first gym. I don't need any... No, I don't need any potions. We're gonna go in here, grab an extra berry. Okay, it's youngster Joey with his top percentage Rattata. Okay, we are also -1. That's something to keep in mind. -2. Yeah, I think for this fight I'm gonna have to switch. It's fine if I have to switch for this point still. We're just gonna grind it out. Let's be fair, at -3 we wouldn't have survived. Yo, Fakakin. Welcome, welcome. You were here, like, during the Recruit Them All, though, weren't you? Because I haven't really streamed since the Recruit Them All. I kind of took a week to relax, and, well, it wasn't really a very relaxing week. I got a lot of work done, but kind of took a week to do other stuff. Yeah, then you haven't really missed much in terms of streams. I just haven't streamed a whole lot the past week. That was really solid damage, actually. Level 4. Oh yeah, that run was quite exhausting. Okay, he seems to be faster. Still seems to be faster. -3. That's a really bad miss. That's a really good miss. Okay, we win if we hit. We do. Perfect. Did you see the Pokemon Presents is tomorrow at a... I knew it was around this point somewhere. I didn't know specifically that it was tomorrow. Can I stop missing, please? Yeah, that's gonna trigger the berry. We're gonna be back to full health. And then I chuck a Pokeball and we get Poliwag. Poliwag appears on this route only in Pokemon Crystal, as a fairly regular encounter at night, actually. But it is only in Crystal, for what it's worth. Yeah, we want the Poliwag. That's going to be for Waterfall. Because Totodile can learn Cut, Surf, and Whirlpool. Strength is going to be taught to the Raticate. Fly to Kenya. And then we have that one for the last HM. Can I stop missing, please? We have missed so much. Yo, Baskra. Welcome, welcome. How are you today, Baskra? Yeah, there's absolutely no way that we can take the Spearow in the gym right now. And that's kind of a problem. I do have a strategy for it. But I probably will want to get at least one more level before I go for that strategy. Even then it's iffy if I can make that work, actually. Which glitches do you use in Gen 1 in your runs? Provided they're a run important glitch. I mean, Pokédoll isn't technically a glitch, it's an oversight. So it is allowed to in glitchless speedrunning. But I don't really use a lot of glitches in general, because I mostly run glitchless runs. Oh, that is a lot more damage than I expected, actually. Yeah, we needed that experience. Quite badly, I'd say. Oversight counts as glitches to you. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, we separate them because one is intended and... Or, like, in the case of the Pokédoll, the item actually does exactly what it's supposed to do. Like, the developers basically forgot to put a check in place to make sure that it wouldn't do that. Okay, so I actually have an idea for how I might be able to tackle this gym, but it is gonna be tricky. I don't know if this is gonna work. If not, we're gonna do part of Sprout Tower to grind up a little. Because Gen 1 was held together by string and school glue? Yeah, basically. Although, to be fair, that exact same glitch is actually still in place in this game. Because the red Gyarados, you can't actually run from either. But if you, if on the red Gyarados you use the Pokédoll, you can still get away from the fight. Kind of hoping for less damage than that, and I was kind of hoping for just a tiny bit more than that. I think if we gain 1 level, we should be able to win this. Actually, I should still be able to win this. Assuming Poliwag can take 1 hit, we win. We're obviously gonna have to heal after this, but... and probably buy some potions. Okay, we get quick attack. That's huge. Like I said, I'm gonna obviously need to do some healing and buy some potions, but we are now in a position where it's become more winnable. We're gonna use the exact same strategy, I think, for the next fight. Actually, I don't know if I want to. I think I won't. I think we'll use that strategy again on the Pidgeotto at Falkner. Oh yeah, a lot of things from Gen 1 are still in place in Gen 2. Similar to how, like, X accuracy still work the exact same way. I'm not 100% confident that we have enough to beat this, because we are still kind of only level 7, which isn't very high, let's be real. Yo, Feke. Hello, hello. How are you today, my friend? I think we do 1 Tail Whip and then just start quick attacking. At the bottom line, this is the first positive. Well, I'm glad that at least today was a positive. That's still something. I see. That was a high roll, but no crit, so it's fine. No, not use. Give to Rat. No, actually, I'm gonna leave that there. I want to use the Totodile on the second Pokemon on Pidgeotto. Yeah, fair enough, Return. You had a weird day yourself. How come, River? Anything in particular? Or just a weird day? So at level 13, we get Hyper Fang. I'm probably going to fight a few trainers south of here just to level up a few times, because we kind of need to. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna use the Poliwag just to switch fodder, honestly. Like, it isn't gonna do anything. That's okay. This is mainly just meant to give my Rattata a bit more of a fighting chance. That did 10. I'm gonna heal with a potion. It seems like I should be able to survive 2 gusts. Yes, it does 10. Don't crit me, and then we win. Maybe Return. Yeah, Switch might have ended, or maybe would have made this fight a bit faster. That's very possible. Yeah, I wouldn't have needed to sack Poliwag. You're probably right that that would have been a little bit faster. We're just gonna teach this immediately. We need Mudslap. It's the only way we're gonna get past Ghastly later. By the time we get to Morty, we'll actually have Dig. So I'm planning to use Dig for Morty, but before that I have to get past the rivals Ghastly. Twice. No, actually once, because on the other one we'll have Dig as well. Can Raticate learn an Elemental Punch? No, it cannot. But we can learn Shadow Ball. I don't know if Silver's Ghastly has Curse. I don't know. It probably won't matter much though. Yeah, I need the experience. That's why we're going to be doing these fights. Yo, Jimmer, thank you. We can learn Blizzard and Thunder, but we shouldn't need to. I will not be using any Manips, no. In theory, I could, but I don't think I need to. We caught a Rattata on the first route. This is a completely regular Pokemon Crystal ROM. Or not even ROM, it's an actual cartridge. A completely legitimate Pokemon Crystal cartridge. Yo, Ruffle, thank you. Yeah, same. I much prefer alt main over like traded alt main or like variants of that. Like custom alt is definitely a thing, and they're really interesting as a concept. I just much prefer just a normal run. Yeah, we're gonna use a similar strategy to before, where we're gonna use Totodile just to kind of soften up the enemy. Traded alt main is a little strange sometimes, yeah. I agree. Oh, that sucks, River. Tummy X are the worst. Actually, that's not true. Head eggs are, but they're close second. Just kill me. We're at 1 HP. Okay, just hit myself. I wouldn't have actually minded to hit myself there. Thank you. And now I just need to hit through the confusion. Of course. Kind of didn't want to fight this, but we'll make the best of it. I see, Java, I see. How much does that do? Okay. Tail Whip is fine here. Yo, Aura with the raid. Welcome, raiders. Welcome to Pokemon Crystal Rattata only. Or, well, Raticate only. Where we're going to try to beat the game as fast as possible using only a Rattata and its evolution. How was your stream, Aura? Okay, once we're in the cave, I think I'm gonna pick up Swift. It's basically Tackle, but just more powerful. Are we actually lower level than some of the things in this cave? Oh, I still have I was wondering about that, but I still have Totodile up front. That makes more sense. That's fair, I suppose, River. That is fair. Both are awful, though. Okay, I'm gonna save here because we definitely don't want to fight this guy. Was that the that was the Great Ball. I couldn't remember if that was the potion or Great Ball. Oh, he still sees me from there. Well, I guess we're fighting him then. Oh yeah, absolutely, Feka. This is definitely experience that's still useful. Like, we're gonna get Hyper Fang fairly soon, but especially up to that point, every bit of experience is gonna be worthwhile. And heck, even after that, Rattata is pretty weak until, and this is the important part, until we get it evolved. Once it's evolved into Raticate, like, it evolves fairly early for this game's standards. He's stuck. We're gonna just wait here. When an NPC gets stuck like that, he won't move for a few seconds. But in this case, it's worth waiting for. Yeah, the added experience, like, until Goldenrod, it's gonna be important, and then indeed, like, after a certain point, it's gonna be quite helpful as well. Yeah, I definitely want this move as well. We're gonna teach Swift. It's gonna go over Tackle. Swift in this game is still a normal type, or a physical move, but it's more accurate than Tackle, and it's 20 extra base power, 30 after stab. How we're gonna beat Whitney? I'm thinking 2x attacks. And I need Raticate by the time we get to Whitney. Like, there's no questioning it. I absolutely will need Raticate before Whitney. I think if we can get Raticate before Whitney, that it's probably not even going to be that bad. I don't mind this fight much. It's a Slowpoke. That did way more than I expected it to. That's a really good miss. Well, for what it's worth, Return, you also have a Slowpoke emote over here. Sorry, that was too shameless a self-plug there, but you know, we do have a Slowpoke emote. Not a lie. It's based on the Slowpoke from Pokemon Silver. That's actually quite appropriate here. Yep, channel points. Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, channel points exist as well. True. Ah, yeah, that works too. We definitely save here because I cannot beat Anthony. Oh, it's that Slowpoke. Yeah, I remember that one. I don't know if the face is all that different, Feka. I mean, I'd believe it. But I definitely believe that being a Slowpoke as well. I don't think the face is notably different if you just show the face. Goedemorgen, badmeester Mark. Gaan we nog zwemmen vandaag? Fair enough return, fair enough. Yeah, I know, Mark. But hey, we had to ask, right? Also, River, please wait with unlocking Pet the Cat until the cat is, like, a little bit more sleepy. Thank you. Slowbro's head is rounder. Right, I see. Yeah, I guess if you put it like that, you could make the argument that the one that Return posted is more like Slowbro than Slowpoke. Hey, yes, sir. Me going fast? A little. We're definitely going at a pretty moderate pace here. We're about to get our actually good move, though. I never equipped Bitterberry, did I? And now I'm paying the price. Should have equipped the Bitterberry. Heck, I got it for this part. Oh well, it could still play a useful role in the next battle. Yeah, somewhere I'm not surprised I'm outspeeding 10-year-old you, Feka. That doesn't really surprise me much. Okay, here we go. I think we just get rid of Quick Attack, right? Because I definitely want to keep Tail Whip a little bit longer. I think we just get rid of Quick Attack. I like having Quick Attack as an option, but the priority isn't worth it. makes sense. I should check if the quote-unquote world record, which it technically is. Oh, right, yeah, the video is privated or removed or something. I was like, I can probably check what his time was at this point. See how we're doing, but his video isn't available anywhere anymore. I'm worried that these won't one-shot, so we're gonna Hyperfang instead. Now, the downside of Hyperfang is it's only 90% accurate. Upside is it is quite a bit more powerful. Because at this point, Hyperfang after stab is 120 power, which is quite high. In what way do you mean, Feka? Because it's quite a complicated question. It's definitely more complicated than that. I need to heal. Because, well, first off, I mean, you have the power of the move combined with the attack power that I have and the defense that the opponent has. Those are the first couple of factors. So my attack power gets counted, their defense gets counted, and then that gets combined with the power of the move. But then you have the a thing called stab, same type attack bonus. So, for example, Rattata's normal type moves actually get boosted times 1.5 as a result of having of Rattata being a normal type Pokemon, which is why Hyperfang is so powerful on Rattata. Like, if I put that same Hyperfang on Totodile, which it can't learn, but for the sake of the argument, it wouldn't actually do nearly as much damage. And then you, of course, have super effectiveness, which is a thing. Or not very effectiveness. Like, those things also play a role of sorts. No, it's like you can probably find the actual formula online somewhere. Like, I don't know what the actual formula is, but also, it's a 1.5 times boost, not 2.5 times. We've already missed 2 of them. Luckily, Lediba missed as well. That's an unfortunate poison. We have an antidote, so it's really not the biggest issue, but it's a little unfortunate. Okay, we need another 5 levels before I'd be ready for Whitney. But we also still have a couple of big battles left. We are gonna heal to full. A repel, or I've got a potion. Actually, I have fewer repels than I would like, I think. I think I might actually, like, I was thinking of maybe using my X attack on this fight, but I think I might want to save it for the next one. Because the rival is not going to be an easy fight either. Now comes the Pokemon that I'm a little worried about. Okay, that's a really important miss. I need to hit the next move, then we win. That's live cat cam, Pimpin. That was a lucky fight, I'll admit. But a win all the same. And that means I get to keep my X attack. If I had lost that, I probably would have fought the other trainer. At least the bug catcher like directly above me here. Yeah, you'll sometimes see a little bit of movement. She's sleepy now. And I'm kind of waiting for her to, like, properly go asleep before we unlock Pet the Cat again. Otherwise, every time she's gonna get a single pet, she's gonna, like, keep bugging me for more pets for, like, an hour. Oh, petting her is important, absolutely. Don't worry, though, she gets more than enough attention. Anyway, rival time. So I actually saved the X attack now for this fight, because this one is not going to be a fun one. I think we want to use it right away. Okay, that's a really good first miss. That's gonna two-shot, nice. That's fine. Very good. We're gonna get other moves for it later on. We're gonna replace it for Dig, and then later on we're gonna replace that for Shadow Ball, probably. Oh, you've unlocked Pet the Cat again, River. That's fair. Yeah, that's probably fair at this point. I'm debating whether I want to pick up the revive. I think we want it. Yeah, I think I should keep the pets a little shorter. Maybe I should keep the requirement as is, and then make an extra one, an extra channel point redemption just for more channel points for long pet, where it's gonna be like the ones that I'm now currently doing most of the time anyway. That could be worth it. Short pet at 500 and then a longer one at like 2k or something. We take cut. We definitely want that X attack. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised that that's actually a thing. Definitely need that ether. We're gonna run out of repel, possibly before we leave the forest. That's okay, though. I did kind of pick up just about everything that I could grab. And I don't regret getting all of that, because I think we will need a lot of it. Actually, I already have everything I need, so I can sell these. Oh. Wrong button. 2 times level divided by 5 plus 2 times power times attack divided by defense divided by 50 plus 2 times mod. Yeah, exactly. See, there's... Like I said, calculation in this game is quite complicated. Register that. Each headbutt. Data. I actually wanted to go Tail Whip, but Swift is probably fine here. Kind of overmashed a little. Okay, we get Kenya. Now I'm gonna go up. I want to grab the TM for Dig. And we need to go up here anyway, so... That's okay, we'll just fight this guy. So yeah, 6:32 is the time to beat. We're still easily on pace for that. Yeah, actually I can just headbutt. Headbutt probably kills everything this guy has. Also, I probably still wanted to fight this guy regardless, because I kind of want to get level 20 before the gym leader. There are 2 trainers in the underground that I can fight that I have to fight anyway. But even besides that, we probably need some experience for it. Okay, we do the bug catcher here. Be able to just headbutt. Okay, I guess Venonat's more tanky than I remember it to be. Fair enough. I think we are gonna do the fight with the 2 Slowpokes. I think that would be the correct play. I can pick up Dig in a moment. Should help as well. Oh, Bundarian. Doing well, thank you. Things have been quite busy, but we're hanging in there. That is not the TM I was looking for. What even is it? That's rollout. Guess it's in here then. We already fought Joey. So, beat you to it, Becca. We have shown him our true top percentage Rattata. There is Dig. Yeah, I kind of wanted to try it to still get a stream in this week. It's just been too busy the other days. I kind of wanted to do one yesterday as well, but like I said, I just didn't have the time. I had other obligations. Okay, so we're gonna do these two trainers. Not so much because, ideally I would do these at some other point, but these two fights are required anyway, so it's not really a big deal when I do them, I just need to do them. And I think the experience is gonna be more value right now. Hyperfang's getting a couple of unfortunate misses, but I wasn't wrong, though, that I did need Hyperfang in order to actually be able to beat the or one-shot, or even have a chance of one-shotting the Slowpoke. I kind of expected as much. A regular potion would have probably been fine. Okay, so... yeah, actually, I'm gonna take some extra fights here. We really want to get to the point where we at least have Raticate. Yeah, hopefully that's enough that with the experience from Snubbull, we'll get there. Because I imagine, like, the difference between level 19 and 20, it might not seem very big, but having Raticate over Rattata would make a massive difference. Like, we go from, like, 253 total stats to... Let me check that, actually. I don't know what we exactly go to. To 413, so it's 150 base stats more. That's so close. That's so close. In that case, we're gonna fight her as well. I don't care. Like, I need to evolve before Whitney. It would make the fight so much more manageable. That is a little unfortunate. That looks like it might be a damage range. But there is like that one experience point that I still needed. This kind of sucks though. I think I'm gonna save those 3 power points on Hyper Fang for Whitney itself. I feel like we are probably gonna need it there. That was not a crit. Surprising. Okay, this should make everything from this point on go a lot smoother. I use my last regular potion. Hello. We're gonna save for Whitney because it is still Whitney, and then we're just gonna go into the fight and see how we do. Yeah, now that we have evolved, I am so much more confident that we can do this. Yo, Miawu, thank you for the good luck. Appreciate that. That's a big hit. So what I'm thinking here is we heal. Miltank's gonna go for rollout. We're gonna dig. Or he goes for stomp, in which case, never mind. Okay, we win. This category is on the category extensions leaderboard. That's as close to an actual run as this gets, but... Yo, Azurite, thank you. Yeah, this is a category extensions run. I don't really think we need Attract. There is one thing I want to try, though. I want to try to get the return TM now. Wait, this is Crystal. I need to talk to you first. So I think we might be able to get return. If so, we teach return over, I think, Mud Slap. I need to be here for some other things anyway. if we can get it, I can teach it over Mud Slap, probably. Or maybe even Hyper Fang. Hyper Fang is probably the safer bet. At this point, Return should be more powerful than Hyper Fang. I need one more of these. I need 3 more of these. I want 1 extra of those, and I want 1 more of those. If I still have Dig. We're actually not even gonna use Mud Slap on Morty much. We're mostly gonna just use Dig. Okay, apparently that command doesn't work yet. Mr. Stream Elements, okay, I need to put a space after the emotes. I need to remember to do that. Can somebody remind me? Crap. Can somebody remind me I need to fix my series race info command? Like, I've started adding some emotes here and there to some of the Stream Elements commands, because, you know, I can. So today at work, you switch the M's and N's on people's keyboards. Oh, that is mean. Even though I still feel like most people should probably know where the M and N keys are on a keyboard, that is still mean. You nomster. Some told you you were a monster. Others told you that you were a nomster. I kind of expected that that would have killed. Not. Yeah, exactly. A lot of people do have that skill, but I guess some don't. Well, hey, that's good to hear at least, Return. Yeah, that's fair. I guess I know there's a lot of people who can't, but... And honestly, I don't blame him. It's not easy either. Well, hey, Purple, at least now if you ever do another Summer of Pranks, you'll have an idea. Yeah, that I have as well. Return. Like, I can type mostly blind. The main thing at that point is just sometimes I need to look as to whether my hand is still in, like, the correct positions. That's an unfortunate miss. Really unfortunate double miss. Come on, stop being a bully, Vaporeon. Yeah, I know that as well, Feka. Like, I know I can find it with, or that way as well, but if I need to find it that way, I need to think about it too long. Also, I mean, having a quick look at the keyboard to make sure my fingers are correct doesn't really harm it in any way. Like, it's literally a fraction of a second that I would have to look over at the keyboard, and then from there on, I'm fine. Yeah, numpad I'm fine blind as well. I am still short on repels. I'm glad I bought that one because I do need it here. But I'm gonna have to buy another one if I can in this town. If I can't, it's not a huge deal. It's not that much grass I need to cover. Be a little annoying. Yeah, silver definitely has some issues. Oh, that was a crit. I was like, okay, good, not a crit. And then I realized that was the crit. Former mob boss. Turn. Gotta be fair to Giovanni right there. And Giovanni did retire after all. Saturn was his mom? That'd make an interesting little twist. No repels here. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to do that tiny bit repel-less then. It's fine. Not a huge stretch that I need to pass repel-less, so... I actually do want to check if Mud Slap kills. I doubt it. But if it does, and if it doesn't, I'll switch to Dig. Okay, we're switching to Dig then. On second thought, I'm gonna have to switch out because that curse is gonna ruin me otherwise. If anything, it'd be Ariana. Because she's also Rocket. Yeah, that's fair. Sure thing, Captain. There you go. Or Capeton, I guess. There you go. Yeah, every Ghastly taking 2 hits is a little annoying, but it's fine. How are you today, Capeton? Yeah, everyone's trying to, but they're all getting denied. No cursing in this stream. And I think the only reason that every Pokemon he has is going for Curse is because he doesn't really have anything that actually hits me. Actually, that's not true. They have Curse and Mean Look, but I think that's the only things these Pokemon have that actually does anything to me. Like, that's kind of the funny thing about this particular gym. On the one hand, like, I have to go through a bit of trouble to have a way of damaging them, but the same counts the other way around, because as much as I can't hit Ghosts, Ghosts can't hit me back either. And from there, it's kind of an easy fix here, because I can just use Dig, which is also super effective, just to top it all off. There's a nice little bonus. Yo, HA, thank you. Yeah, downside is these things do have hypnosis, and I do believe that that does hit. Shoutouts to Pokemon Masters for chucking Morty out of Ho-Oh to give it to Silver. Like, that's not living. Which one's Pokemon Masters again? There's so many Pokemon stuff out there nowadays that even for me it's hard to keep track. The 132, that's not too bad. Ah, right, okay. Okay, so we get the TM for Shadow Ball here, which I'm tempted to teach over Mud Slap. And then teach Return over Hyper Fang. I think that's what we're gonna do here. Teach Return. Over, Hyper Fang. Teach. Actually, I'm gonna wait with Shadow Ball. We will teach Shadow Ball, but we do that after Jasmine. Right, this is Crystal. There's a spinner down here. Yeah, I'm out of repels. I was one repel short. Yeah, Shadow Ball's a solid move for Raticate. It'll make sure that I have something a little bit better to work with. That's a really inconvenient tile, Mr. Bike Shop owner. Yeah, it guarantees that I have something to deal with for ghost types. Because Dig, though it works, it being a 2-turn move is a little annoying. But, what was I gonna say? But I want to teach it a little bit later, because I've been considering maybe having Headbutt, Strength, and Return on this Pokemon. Because, like, realistically, almost everything dies to normal type moves anyway. Yo, Dumb Shift. Hello, hello. How are you today? One Pokemon for not having a, or one extra encounter for not having a repel, that's fine. Doing great, that's good to hear. You're about to stream. Nice, nice. What are you gonna be playing? I know I've come across it, I just don't remember what you stream again because I go through so many streams on a day sometimes. It's hard to keep track. Nothing personal there, I just... Oh, right. Yep. I should have remembered that. Well, good luck on the runs. Yeah, I know what you mean, Feka. Like, completely at random at some point, he just calls you and is like, hey, remember that that bike I borrowed to you for advertisement purposes? Yeah, I've had so much business nowadays, you can have the bike. See, take it as a thank you. Well, have fun, Dumb. Have fun. Oh, that's so close to a kill. Bully. fully Noctowl. To be fair, this is starting to prove how powerful Raticate is. It is possibly worth noting that in a normal Crystal run, when you still have Croconaw at this point, you don't even get close to one-shotting that. Heck, even Morty took the same amount of hits, and normally you use an X item for it. Yeah, I know, right, Return? Although you don't really... It's not as obvious in this game. It's more obvious in Heart Gold, Soul Silver. But yeah, I agree. Actually, I probably want to put Return in slot 1, don't I? Because Return is hands down going to be our most used move. Does Headbutt kill? It does, perfect. Yeah, Return is easily going to be our most used move. Like, the thing with Return, right, it's going to be 102 base power normally, which means 153 power after stab. Now, off of an 81 base attack, that's quite powerful, and it'll do a lot of damage. That's unfortunate. You could do a damage calc for me if I wanted to. It's not really needed. I mean, though I don't know the exact, like, I don't know the exact numbers of their defenses, considering, you know, IVs and, or, well, DVs and whatnot. Yo, Noga, welcome, welcome. Doing good, thank you. How are you? Hope things have been well for you. We're actually at the same level that I would normally be, which is quite nice. Yeah, exactly. Like, I can find my stats, but I wouldn't exactly know what my opponent's stats are, so it'd be a bit tricky to figure out what the exact damage calc would be. And like I said, I don't really think we are gonna need it much. We are probably at the point in the game where I expect we will be one-shotting most things. Nope. You're good right now. Tad tired. You're at work and been there since 5 AM. Fair enough. I can understand being tired then, yes. But it's good to see you, dude. And I'm glad you're doing well, outside of the, you know, being a little tired part. Yeah, actually, I think we just... Oh, right. Maybe I should teach Surf. I was like, why can't I get on the water? It's maybe because I haven't taught Surf yet. Also need to teach Strength. Yeah, I think we just get rid of Mud Slap here. I think we're gonna go for the play with 3 different normal type moves. 'Cause, like, that's the thing with normal type Pokemon, right? The normal type covers almost everything. It doesn't cover ghosts, it doesn't cover the rock types. Anything else, really? I mean, it doesn't cover the steel types, but those are usually the same as with the rock types. Yeah, but rock and steel kind of work well there. Like, doesn't really matter. What? Nope, don't do that. Nah, I think... I don't know if Return will one-shot these, but they might. Yeah, it's just Rock, Steel, and Ghosts. So I can either use Shadow Ball, or I can use Dig. I think we're going to use Shadow Ball, because I think that's still neutral on... Is that neutral on Ghost and... yeah, Return. Okay, it might not work too well, actually, for some... Oh, that's annoying. We have revives, we're fine. That's just a little annoying. Now, where are my revives? Welcome to the fighting type gym, I suppose. Although Ghost doesn't really work on Steel type. Maybe I'll just keep Shadow Ball for a little bit, and we'll just kind of see where things go. That might be smarter. Yeah, the problem is these are all going to get at least one hit off. Fire Punch is fine. Okay, I was about to say as long as it doesn't burn me, but... I think I'm gonna quickly hop by the center. We've already gotten through the toughest part of this gym, except for maybe the gym leader, but... kind of expected that would have killed. Oh well. There's level 30, that should help. We are not gonna learn Pursuit though. It's only 40 power. Yeah, I think Return is still our best bet. Gonna two-shot the Machoke. Like, we kind of knew in advance that this gym was going to be at least a little bit tricky. You know, me being a normal type and this being, like, the only type in the game that I'm weak to. But I'm still confident we can make it work. After this, we get Fly. After this is the Rocket Hideout, so we start getting a little more over-leveled. I'm still confident. I will save before Chuck, though, because Chuck is a little scary. Dynamic Punch is absolutely a one-hit KO. Yeah, it's just gonna be a super potion. Okay, Leer here is fine. I want to go 2x attacks, I think. I'm pretty sure we at least one-shot the Primeape that way. I'm not sure about Poliwrath, though. That crit would have really been better on the next Pokemon. Okay, we needed that miss. If that hit, we would have been dead. Simple as that. No question about it. I never know if the trainer here is on the left or right. Okay, it's on the right. The part that always confuses me there is simply because it's a different tile. Like the picnicker there is on a different tile in this game versus Heart Gold Soul Silver. He's on the left in Heart Gold Soul Silver. That always greatly confuses me. Yeah, we can just return. Okay, okay, so we're gonna go down here. We're gonna fight this guy, turn off the alarm, and then we'll kind of just see what happens from there. We're in kind of a good position, honestly. Like, I'll admit, like, Raticate so far is actually doing quite well. I mean, sure, having to use Dig for the types is a little annoying, but like, it's really not the end of the world. Our attack seems to be quite decent. I mean, this is kind of like the one reason I wanted to get rid of Dig. It's just it being a 2-turn move is kind of slow. But then I don't really know if it's ever going to be worth it switching to Shadow Ball, despite Shadow Ball being a little bit more powerful. Because it is 80 base power instead of 60. I mean, it's not going to be worth it for before Jasmine, I can guarantee that. There's not a lot of steel types late game. So maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Gonna heal up. We'll see what happens, and we're gonna make our way through the hideout here. Yeah, one thing that's going to be very important, I need to remember to talk to this lady again after the fight. That is such a commonly made mistake by me, and by many other people. I need to remember to talk to her again. Because I know if I don't tell myself that now, I am going to just forget about that. Right, the Ditto guy isn't actually required in this game. I do believe there's a protein on the left. I probably want to pick that up. Thinking about it, I think I'm just gonna pick that up. That could be so worthwhile. I have not had that problem yet. Okay, so we now have we at least have the protein. We've used it. That should help our attack just a little bit at least. I mean, I doubt it's gonna matter a lot, but hey, I mean, if I get one range as a result of that protein, it's pretty much already paid itself back. I forgot exactly the thing I said I was supposed to not forget. Remember how I said I needed to talk to them afterwards? Yeah, I didn't do that. I don't even know which one I forgot to talk to. I think it's the Raticate tail guy. Oh well. That's a minute down the drain for no apparent reason. Ooh, Ace Attorney has some good music. I love the Ace Attorney music. I've not played Dual Destinies, so honestly, I can't really say too much on it. So investigations in general as your two favorite Confess the Truth themes. That's I'm trying to think what they are. I think I have played one of the investigation games. There's two, right? Yeah. Yeah, I've played one of them, but I don't remember a whole lot about it. Yo, Weech. Hello, hello. How are you today, Weech? Thank you for the good luck. Appreciate it. Yeah, that's fair, Return. Like I said, I can't play the music in my head, basically. Doing quite fine, that's good to hear. Ah, right. That makes sense, Return. I got that. Oh, that sucks, Weech. And I guess if you like reading, it doesn't, but although having to, like, I guess forced reading or having to read something is always, I don't know, it's never fun. Yo, RPG Hero. Hello, hello. How are you today? Actually, I think I shouldn't use Dig here. I should just use Return, shouldn't I? Like, Return is actually stronger at this point than Dig. Unless it's a not very... Like, Dig should really just be for Pokemon where I need a super effective move. Or rather, where normal type moves don't work very well. Yeah, I've been gone for a few days, but hey, here we are, right? Past couple of days have been way more busy than I would like. Just say it like that. I think there hasn't been a single day this week that I haven't spent at least a good, like, hour or more on BSG-related stuff. So yeah. Not been the greatest week. And then, like, a lot of work. Like, schools have started again, so... Plus, on top of that, we're gonna actually be opening up schools again next week, which adds to the amount of stuff that needs doing. See, yeah, like I said, I haven't actually played many of the Ace Attorney games. I've never gotten around to play, and nowadays I just don't really have the time. Like, outside of what I play during stream, I barely play any video games outside of stream. I do watch a lot of it. Like, I do have a lot of streamers up every once in a while, like, just either as background noise or just interacting more actively. But outside of stream, I barely play any. I barely actually play any games. I forgot to split for the hideout. That's fine. That split and the Jasmine split are right next to each other anyway. Yeah, this is a Pokemon, like, this is probably one of the fights I've been a little bit scared of. The Magnemites I can take down easily, but Steelix is an issue. Steelix has base 200 defense, so even though my move is going to be super effective and it's still actually doing at least some damage, it may take a few hits to go down. And I'm worried that Iron Tail will do a lot if it hits. And it is like 75% accurate, so it's not like impossible to hit or anything. That was a crit. How many supers do we have? Not enough. Basically just not enough. I think I have to start PP stalling him. I didn't save before this fight. I probably should have, but I didn't. Have a revive. I mean, I can probably PP stall him. Okay, this'll help. We got a Growlithe. That might not seem like a very big deal, but at least that means he'll not be dealing as much damage. And I want to say that we're dealing with a 10 power point move, but Iron Tail might be 15. If it's 15, then we're probably not going to win this. I'm down to 1 Hyper Potion. He's going for Screech. That at least has me hopeful that he might be out of... Okay, he's not out of Iron Tails. There's the defense drop. Yeah, we've lost this. He needs to miss. Okay, that's just a loss. I'll do Price first, and I'll just split after Jasmine and Price. Not that this is gonna really do that much, but maybe it's like 1 extra level, maybe 2. I can use the rare candy. Like, if I can at least get to a point where it's a 2-shot rather than a 1-shot, that would already be quite big. Yeah, this hasn't actively been routed. Skip. Not to say I have no idea what I wanted to do, but let's just say we're doing less damage to Steelix than I was hoping for. That's the main issue here. I was kind of hoping to at least do like a third to Steelix. Seems like it's more like a quarter. Heck, I actually considered keeping Mud Slap specifically for the Steelix fight. Because we just don't really have good access to special moves. I think this is also where I'm going to use the rare candy. We took a pretty big hit money-wise, because we're actually getting quite close to our shopping. Yeah, youngster Joey is the top percentage Rattata guy. But hey, I mean, close enough. I'll split the price split when we beat Jasmine, though. I'm kind of just hoping that that 1 extra, or 2 extra levels that we have now going into Jasmine will help us just a little bit. Now, I fully don't expect it'll be enough, but... I don't exactly have any X defense, so... Who are my HM slaves? Totodile, Poliwag, and Kenya, or Spearow. No revives here, sadly. This fight's probably gonna require a little bit of luck, then. There's no way I'm stalling the Iron Tail power points. What I could do, I guess, is try and set up at least 1 X attack on Magnemite. We still have full heals, I believe. Heck, I still have a Paracure, actually, so... If we have to fight again, we need to equip the Paracure. That would have been the better play. The question kind of becomes, can we survive a hit from 56? Probably this one, Skip. Okay, solid miss. Yeah, definitely this one. Okay, we equip the Paracure. I think we still kind of run into the issue that... No, Iron Tail isn't double effective, but Steelix is just really powerful for this point in the game. Steelix is kind of a wall that we just need to get past. Where's my X attacks? There. Yeah, I can see that return. I think I need to rely on at least one steel Iron Tail miss, right? Yeah. Out. Cool. That's not enough. This fight's gonna be a problem. I'm gonna call that now. This fight's a problem. I don't have Bright Powder. Like, the fight is winnable. I gotta emphasize that. This fight at this point is winnable. Like, Iron Tail is 75% accurate. I think I need to rely on at least one miss. Which is not unreasonable to happen. Like, I have the Para Cure, so I can at least set, like, if a Thunder Wave misses, which is 10%, then I can set up 2 X attacks, and then we basically win the fight. If I don't do that, like, it will trigger the Para Cure Berry. I kind of need to defeat the Magnemites here. It's just having to hit Steelix on his physical side is really annoying. It's this is probably the hardest Pokemon for us to fight in the entire run. Like, I need to get 2 digs in before I switch out. Because if I get 2 digs in, then I switch, we then kind of just win the fight. Yeah, Jasmine's absolutely the more difficult fight of these two. If it wasn't for the fact that Steelix's move is not 100% accurate, or no, if Iron Tail had been 100% accurate, this fight would be broken, and it'd be really tricky to win this. But then again, like, Iron Tail is only 70, like, or at least supposedly only 75%. Practice, we all know that when it's 75% for me, that means I hit about 30% of the time, and when it's 75% for the opponent, they hit about 95% of the time. But, like, this is now 5 consecutive Iron Tail hits. We're gonna keep counting. 6. I just need a single miss. If I know that if it misses once, then we should be able to beat it. Like, I'm fully confident that if we manage to get through it once, so we have... Like, that's the thing with this fight, at least with the strategy that I'm using right now, is this strategy works with the downside of it being not, like, it's not even that inconsistent either. We have a 75% with 2 chances to hit it every fight. If we get, or a 25% with 2 chances per fight to hit it. If we hit it on either, we win the fight. Come on, 25%. Nope. Number 2. That's 8 fails. Like, not accounting for crits, this fight has a nearly 50% win rate with the strategy that I'm using right now. It's really not this bad. Yo, Clover. Hello, hello. How are you today? I don't think 3x attacks will 2-shot it. And even then, it would... Like, the thing with using 3x attacks is I would have to take so much damage on the Magnemites, because a single hit from Magnemite will put me in range for Iron Tail. So I would take so much damage on the Magnemites that I then would still rely on a single miss. Lots of bug fixes which leaded to finding more bugs, so that was fun. Fair enough, fair enough. Under the circumstances, I'm doing alright. This week has not been fun. Yeah, like, the way we win this fight is if a Steelix misses 1 Iron Tail on a turn where I'm not underground. Because then I can switch out, I can heal, and then it's a 2-shot from there. Problem is, he has now hit 10 in a row. It's a 1 in 4 to miss. So we're getting quite unlucky, and every attempt takes like a minute and a half. I don't even consider it, like... I guess the other strategy would have potentially been to buy an X defense and then use it at the start of this fight. But then Iron Tail is also 30% to drop that defense again, so also a little late for that. Also, we just need to have him miss once. Literally 1 in 4, and we've had 10 chances already. We are not going to grind on enemies in Mount Mortar. When I have a 40-some% win rate... There we go. Okay, assuming the next hit doesn't crit me, we win, I think. Can you buy para heals, then rely on the Magnemite spamming Thunder Wave? No, because Thunder Wave is only Thunder Wave has only got 10% chance to miss. So it'd be more unreliable, actually. I forgot about that. I completely forgot that he has that. It's 15. I guess I could try stalling it out. But the thing is, it's 30% chance to, yeah, like that, drop my defense. I think one defense drop I can manage, but not two. He should be running low. Yeah, this is the problem, Skip. This fight's too close. I'll swallow my pride. Like, the fight is winnable in this situation, but I'll swallow my pride and I'll go buy X items. Because it's just starting to take way too long here. No, I've already used the rare candies. New strat, hidden power, water. I considered checking the hidden power, but we just need to get past this one fight. Yeah, Raticate doesn't get that much in this game. Yo, Runrin, thank you for the good luck. Appreciate it. Yeah, that's a really good miss, actually. I do still have a full heal, right? Yeah, plenty. Now, Gen 1, it gets way more moves, actually, than in Gen 2. Gen 2, it just doesn't get a whole lot. Especially early on. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Maybe I should have... No, this is fine. So on neutral defense, we would have now been in range for Iron Tail. Right now, I'm not. Oh yeah, Raticate's a fine Pokemon. Like, we got walled a little here, but, like, this, I knew this was gonna be a difficult fight. We actually already have most of the TMs that we need. We're pretty much already on our final moveset, I think. Okay, we're still on +1 defense, which means Iron Tail still shouldn't kill. I was about to say, she doesn't have another surprise hyper, right? There we go. We win. That took way too long. We spent like 20 minutes on Jasmine. But from here on, the run should get a lot easier. Like, that should, by all means, be the most difficult fight that we need to do. Not just Claire. I mean, well, okay, Claire is more so Baby Rage, and I guess Whitney is more so Bible Thump, but... not in this game. Return. Oh wait, no, actually, no, this is Crystal, never mind. For some reason I was thinking we were playing Gold for a second. Just scratch whatever I was about to say. Yo, Oofer boy. Welcome, welcome. How are you today? That's true. For Whitney, it is more, more understandable, I guess. Claire is just kind of a sore loser. Yeah, although referring back to a question from earlier, there is actually one thing that'll make this run a little bit easier past, or later on, and that's actually past this area, the radio tower parts. Like, once I beat the final trainer on Radio Tower Part 2, I can get the Pink Bow, which boosts all normal type moves by 10%. And, you know, considering the vast majority of my moves are normal type moves, it's quite good. Yeah, like we don't get it from Archer, but we can get it on the way out of the radio tower. For now, it's third male rocket executive who is in charge of the operation. Yes, exactly. We can name him Archer to make things easier, but yes, basically. Yeah, leftovers wouldn't be worth it. Like, in general, we're trying to one-shot most things anyway, so you don't really want to use leftovers much. Unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, the goal time to beat is 6:32, and we will easily be able to do that. I'm still very confident that we can. Like, I would argue a, like, 4:30 is probably still possible. That might be a little optimistic, but sub 5 at the very least. No, they're actually the same map, I think. I think it's the same size with a door on a small island at the bottom. If it's bigger, it's not very significantly so. Yeah, makes sense. That would make sense, I suppose. It is so satisfying to see that Porygon go down in one hit. In the normal 20% glitchless where you use Alligator, that just doesn't get one shot usually. Like it's a range, but it's really unfavorable, and you're usually even better off using Slash if you have it. That at least has a 25% chance for a crit to kill. Yeah, oh, for sure. I mean, Team Rocket definitely manages to take over some really big corporations. That kind of feels like a trend in general with with the evil teams in many games. I mean, in X and Y, Team Plasma manages to take over the Pokeball factory of all things. That's not a small thing either. Yeah, the Aether Foundation, a good example. Team Flare, yeah, not Plasma, sorry. Flare, that's what I meant to say. Let me think, what else have you got? Got the, Really, Gen 3, there's not really a big building that's being taken over. And they managed to steal a submarine, sure, but Macrocosmos Macrocosmos is, I don't find that a great example because, like, the leader of the quote-unquote evil team in that game is kind of, oh right, yeah, Weather Institute. But yeah, with Macrocosmos, it's like, well, Rose is kind of already chairman of the organization, so it's not really a takeover. They kind of work for him. Yeah, the Weather Institute. And 4, I think, doesn't really have... I mean, they take over a few buildings, but... Like, the Veilstone one is kind of already their own. The one they take over in Jubilee... I mean, I guess they take the Valley Windworks. But there's, like, 2 people working there or something, so... Like, it's not a mega corporation. Just like the Weather Institute isn't really a mega corporation. More so just a research facility. Yeah, exactly. They were already a mega corporation to begin with. Oh, but don't worry, Purple. She's already back in the shot. Yeah, but for sure, it's kind of nice how they're usually so well in frame. Yeah, that's true. Galactic was kind of a big corporation as is. Same with Macrocosmos. We're just gonna heal to full. Don't like my health at where it is. Kind of expected Headbutt to one-shot that. That's why I went for Headbutt. I guess I should have just gone for either Strength or Return. Both would have killed. And I imagine Meganium is going to be a 2-shot regardless. So we're going to Headbutt. We'll see how much it does. Fair enough. Return. Fair enough. I haven't done Rainbow Rocket. I know Box is saving up channel points to redeem that at some point. But I haven't actually done Rainbow Rocket myself. Doesn't matter what I use on Rattata, everything would kill except for Dig. Yeah, I know, Return. I know, I'm aware. Okay, Muck we definitely need to use the Return on. The others I can probably do with Strength or the other one. I'll just go for Strength. The puzzle in this room I hated as a kid. I absolutely, like, I've been stuck in this room for like over an hour at some point as a kid. I also wasn't keeping track of which combinations I had done and which ones I still needed to do, but you know. Yeah, that's fair, Return. That's fair. I really need to fix that Pokemon series command. Let me do that. Now the emote should work just fine. I'm thinking because I think I had another command where I had an emote in there somewhere, and I need to probably find which one that is and fix that. Oh no, that one's already fine. Okay, there we go then. My last headbutt. I mean, going into the tower, I can probably heal if I want to, or I could heal after the tower, depending on how many power points we have at that point. I mean, we're out of headbutt. Headbutt is my weakest move anyway. Not that strength is that much stronger, it's only 10 extra power, 15 after stab. So it's 105 for headbutt, 120 for strength, and like 153 for return. Yeah, I know which one you mean, Return. I've seen that one as well. I know it exists. Although, to be fair, Doug Dimmadome, owner of the Dimstill Dimmadome, is already quite a long emote name in and of itself. And nowadays, FFZ emotes are capped at a certain number of characters anyway, so it is the longest emote name, period, I think. Yeah. I need to give my FFZ an overhaul at some point in general. It's been a long time since I've visited the Frankerface C website. I think we definitely need to heal going into the tower. That would be smart. That's 5 power points left on moves that aren't dig. That's not a lot. And even dig doesn't have that much left either, I think. Although... No, we have healed since Jasmine. Yeah, we've healed since Jasmine. Wish I would have some indication as to where world record is at this point. 'Cause that's kind of the thing. I honestly have no idea how far in the world record is at this point. The Raticate record. 'Cause, I mean, I know the Raticate record is very improvable. Even when I'm quite rusty. Should be easily improvable. But I would have no idea where it is progress-wise. Before we move on, let's teach Whirlpool. Oh right, I don't have Waterfall yet. No, exactly. I haven't done Ice Path yet. Wait, how do you mean return? I've honestly never questioned that PC being there, but then again, I mean, 8-year-old me didn't really pay too much attention to things like that. I think this is normally a really unfavorable rain. And the one upside of Raticate is that on the Pokemon that a normal run I'd be using Return on, we should generally do more damage than I would normally do. Seemed like that was still a range, but... A return in strength should be at about the power that I'm used to from Feraligatr. A little bit more, even. Kind of surprised it survived that. I am noticing I am a tiny bit tired, but that's okay. I don't have a whole lot of things I need to do tomorrow, luckily. Yeah, that is Archer, which means we are done with the radio tower. I usually split as I fly away from here, so that's what I'll do. But if nothing else, we have managed to beat this part. Okay, now that we're done with this part, I'm gonna get the pink bow, and we're gonna do a bit of shopping. Like, the main idea is I need some X items. I've pretty much used up whatever else I had left on Jasmine. We got the radio card. Welcome back, return. Okay, so we're gonna buy like 20 of these. I'll buy a few of those. We should have enough speeds. 2 accuracies, and we still have a guard spec, so I think we're good like this. Oh, this was not the place with revives? Oh well. In that case, I'll buy revives going into Elite Four, I think. Yeah, we've had return for a little bit now, I'd say. Don't think you're gonna have to worry much about me getting return. The Ice Path theme is definitely, like, especially when we're talking dungeon themes in this game, it's definitely up there. Or even in general, just the themes in this game. As in the Cinnabar Mansion? Yeah, okay, I can see that. Personally, not a huge fan of that theme, but I can definitely see what you mean. I'll just strength. We easily one-shot everything here, I think. Second favorite is probably Gen 3 Victory Road. I don't really have an answer. I don't really have a particular favorite dungeon theme. And I would probably have to hear all of them, like, back to back to be able to tell you, oh yeah, that's the one that I like. Yo, Crazy1, thank you for the good luck. And this is a pretty mild challenge, honestly. I didn't want to do anything too crazy just yet. I haven't equipped the pink bow yet. I should probably do that. Honestly, that Seadra might have died if I did. Any specific reason I picked Crystal? Because somebody has actually run this category in Crystal before. So we're here to just kind of give them a little bit of a boop. And, you know, boop them down to second place. Oh, that's really annoying, Clover. That is really annoying. I'm sorry you got a screen like that. Don't know if you're hearing that, but... Well, first off, welcome back. Second off, I can see what you mean. That is really annoying. I knew Twitch was experimenting with those things, but that's just obnoxious as heck. Or, well, I say experimenting, but really they've long been past that point already. Yeah, that's what he got as well. He leveled up to 18. That's what he got. And I think it's kind of like the fact that it's been a thing on Twitch, I kind of already knew because this happened at some like major event. Yo, nice purple. Congrats on the shiny Gastro. That is so close to a one-hit KO. I don't think it's... No, I don't think this is from... Well, I mean, it might be mid-roll. I don't know. It depends. If Clover refreshed the browser, then it's definitely not a mid-roll, but... Mid-rolls shouldn't be a thing, though, I think. I was about to say, especially considering Clover is subbed, but he's not. So, never mind, actually. Yeah, and they did experiment with mid-rolls, but this is just the screen of, hey, you've got an ad blocker, basically. Yeah, from what I've heard from some other partners, this isn't info coming directly from Twitch. But my understanding from other partners is that people who have the ad blocker on will get them a lot more regularly. So if you're getting a lot of them, it could be worth turning off your ad blocker, which I know is exactly what they want, and I understand any hesitations towards that, but that does seem to fix the problem if you're getting a lot of them. Because I will say up front here, I generally do not run mid-roll ads. So if you got them in the middle of the screen, it is specifically because of the ad blocker. The basic understanding of it, and again, I am not a tech guy, I am just saying this as I've heard this from other Twitch partners, is that having the ad blocker basically causes the stream to refresh. Or having it active forces the stream into a refresh loop, which results in a lot of those streams because, you know, pre-rolls. And I can't turn that off. So as much as it sucks, if you're getting a lot of screens like it, it could be worth turning your ad blocker off. You might get a pre-roll ad, but at least you won't have any others. Well, by all means, River, go for it. Honestly, I don't even know if that was audible for she leveled up. This part was not in Gold Silver, no. This is a Crystal exclusive. Yeah, added in Crystal, and then later in the remakes as well. But Gold and Silver doesn't have this. So we're actually about to hit the halfway point between the start of the run and where World Record finishes, at least time-wise. Safe to say we are quite a bit beyond the halfway point in terms of actual progress. This Kanto is significantly shorter than Johto. I kind of forgot this is Crystal, which means there's actually a lot fewer required trainers here, which is nice. Like, this is... I shouldn't even have healed, honestly. In Gold, there are several required trainers in this part, which is why I healed. I kind of forgot that in Crystal, there just isn't. Yeah, the trainer positions were slightly altered here and there. That's true across the game, but many a times that means a lot of trainers are actually dodgeable in this when they're not in the original. Yo, Hoodlum. Good evening. How are you today? Or good morning, I suppose that works too. Yeah, for me it's like almost 8 PM, so... Cat gets some scratches? Sure. Oh, she was not expecting those. There you go. There you go. Yep, she was not expecting the scratches. There you go. Yeah, definitely not mourning, that's safe to say. Ah, well, it is what it is, River. I think she's still making up her mind as to what she wants to do now as a result of those scratches. Like, do we sit on the chair and just kind of hope for more, or are we gonna just jump on his lap and force more pets? Well, Weech, I'm sure you have enough channel points, don't you? Fairly confident that you do. So by all means, Weech. You have, but you're running low? I mean, I can give you like 50k by rejecting your redemption. Would give you about 50,000. Although I'm probably going to start working some of the redemption this week. You want to see To the Moon again? 50k points and I'll run it again, return. Although, to be fair, you could probably also wait for the remake to be released, because I'm probably going to do another run there. There you go, leveled up. Who ordered this run? Nobody did. Ikatara, this one was my decision. We don't just, contrary to popular belief, we don't just play games at request. We also just do fun challenges every once in a while. You were hoping that was a real kitty cam? Well, it is. Raticate really isn't that bad. We struggled with Jasmine, that lost us a lot of time, but everything else so far has been pretty smooth. Thank you, Krijuan. The big fly in your room and you don't like it? I can imagine you not liking that. Okay, actually, let's just get 11 of them. No, right, I can't do that in this game. Let's buy 6 of those. I still feel icky at the idea of eating bugs, but I won't necessarily say I'm not open to the idea of trying that at some point. That point probably not being in the near future, but... Oh, these cats aren't great at catching bugs. Mice, maybe, but bugs, not so much. I would imagine so, Weech. Yeah, I think there's a way you can process it that if you wouldn't mention it, you wouldn't notice. Yeah, exactly, Witten, exactly. Like, they're supposed to be quite healthy. Definitely healthier than most meats. Because at the end of the day, it is technically still just a kind of meat. Yeah, supposedly they're really good for you. Oh. I was afraid this would happen at some point in the run. Sorry about the cat cam. My controller died. My GBA's battery was dead. I kind of forgot to charge it before stream, so we had to charge like probably a solid 20 minutes before I actually started the run, which was enough to last me for a while, but not enough for the entire thing. It wasn't empty to start with. But I didn't know how much power it still had. So I figured, you know what, we're just gonna go for it. We're just gonna risk it. See what happens. Oh, no. It actually, like, completely empty. It's been on red light for, like, an hour. We hit that point a while ago, so I knew it was gonna probably die eventually. Yeah, I'm gonna have to just strength my way through this thing, I think. This was a GBA return. I usually, like, this is the Game Boy Advance I usually play on. It's a GBA Advance SP. Those things actually last surprisingly long on red battery. Especially if you don't have the lights turned on, like the backlight. Like this, the GBA Advance SP that I'm using is the same GBA Advance SP that my brother got when he turned 7. Like that's how long ago that thing, or that's how old that thing is, and it still works reliably. And the battery life is still great. Like I think I've finished Lufia 4 runs on a single battery before, which is, you know, a Lufia 4 run takes like 7 hours or something, or 8 hours. Not a short run. Yeah, for reference, like this one's about as old, like about, or he got that around the release of, I think, Pokemon Ruby. It's pretty close to the release of Pokemon Ruby. Pack Punch! Oh, that's a lot of damage. I think nothing else here has priority, luckily, but that's quite a lot of damage. We're on +2, like, there's no way this survives strength. I don't think this thing has Earthquake, but I'm not gonna risk it. It's probably just gonna Sandstorm or something. Oh, it does have Earthquake. That's actually okay. That's a crit. Cool. It's good that we figured out it had Earthquake, because if I would have gone for Dig, we would have died there. Yeah, Bruno's not too difficult, but it's definitely an Elite Four member that can screw you over in this game. Wrong button. Yeah, the double EQ, I would have lived that from full, but not at the health I was at. Okay, we want an X attack, minimum. Nice double sand attack miss. Yeah, this Karen is alright. Although, to be fair, her dark type team does only have like 3 actual dark types. So I guess that's still kind of a thing. Because Gengar isn't actually a dark type, that's a ghost poison. And Vileplume is normal poison, or grass poison. But hey, not a lot of dark types in this game, I guess. Oh yeah, I know. I know, Return. Champion time. I am gonna save here. I don't entirely trust this fight. Incoming Sourplas, yes. So yeah, we have just about 3 hours left until world record finishes, and we're already at Lance. World record being 6:32:22, so... I can guarantee you Kanto does not take that long. Yeah, okay, I don't like that. Yo, Roald. Welcome, welcome. How are you today? That's still gonna make Thunder 100% accurate, but think I need to... I need another one of those. We'll make it 3. I'll full restore after the hit here. Yeah, I knew he was going to go for Thunder. That's a crit. So yeah, we'll just full restore and we'll be good. A missed Hyper Beam, interesting. Yeah. So, Aerodactyl is actually a little bit of an annoyance. I didn't really think about that earlier, but Aerodactyl is one of the few Pokemon I actually have nothing against. Like, maybe it would have actually been worth it for me to teach Shadow Ball before this point. Although, it's still going to be a 2-shot, but it's a 1-shot. Okay, I did not expect that to be a 1-shot, admittedly, but I'll take it. I think we have one high-level Charizard, or one high-level Dragonite to deal with still. There we go. Easy. Easy. We still have all of Kanto to travel, so we have 8 more gyms to do, and then we can go for red, but we are closing in on the end. On the one hand, I want to say sub 430 is still in the realm of possibilities. The sub 5 should be free at this point, realistically. Sub 430, not free, but not unobtainable, I want to say. Yeah, I know, Weech. And it gets worse if you use ad blocker, like, significantly. They may have gotten to a point where it is genuinely worth disabling your ad blocker, because it's worse without it. I mean, to be fair, you're even if you're here and even seeing that, like, you're purely seeing it because of the ad blocker, because you're subbed, so you wouldn't see ads anyway. Yo, underscore poi. Now there's a name you don't see every day. How are you doing today? I mean, to be fair, Weech, you wouldn't see ads here anyway because you're subbed. So regardless of how you watch, you shouldn't see any ads here. Except if you have an ad blocker, which is kind of counterintuitive when you think about it like that. I'm alright. Things have been really busy, but I'll live. Ah, okay, that makes more sense, I suppose, Weech. Anyway, how have you been, underscore? Been a while since we've last spoken. Nope, one door further. It's been way too long since I've played Crystal. Changing your life at the moment. Might have to ask a few questions soon in DMs. Fair enough, fair enough. Well, you know where to find me if you need me. I'm not a hard man to find. Okay. Could have done that very different. Whatever. I really have played too much Soul Silver lately. I'm noticing I'm making a couple of small mistakes because I'm like in my head I'm picturing the Soul Silver layout, not the original layout. Oh, that took you a while to find their underscore. But hey, at least you managed to find me. Maybe I should have gone for return on the Executor. Strength held it anyway, so we good. And this gym is not like in general though, the Kanto part's not very difficult. Like most of it is just gonna be a gym rush. We do have a few quick, but we have like one side quest that we need to do, which we're gonna do after this gym. And then after that, it's kind of just smooth sailing till the end, or at least that's the idea. Yo, Jero, glad you like the cat cam. I should have X attacked on the next Pokemon, but whatever. Whatever. Yeah, I'm glad you like cat cam. I'm glad the cats are so willing to be on that spot. Wait, the pet the cat button is broken? Oh, let me unbreak it. There you go, now it's no longer broken. Yeah, one of the mods may have disabled it while the cat was away. There you go, not so sneaky. We petting? Seems like it. Now I need my my other hand again. Do it again. Just a minute, yes sir, just a minute. Next battle. Yo, Ms. Goomba, welcome, welcome. How are you today? We're playing Pokemon Yellow? Well, have fun with that. Good. Good to hear that. That is good to hear. Okay, Cerulean. We go this way. Ooh, you're almost there, Feka. Okay, there you go then, yes sir. Here you go. I'll pet the cat a little for you. Pet. Some more. There you go, yes sir. Again? Okay. We'll go again. Okay, there you go. Got stuck, which is nice. Oh yeah, you could. And that's fine. The pet the cat's a pretty good redemption, to be honest. I am kind of glad that I ended up making that a redemption in a way. Like, we've had quite a while where, how do you say, like where it was just people asking, and then just, you know, I would usually just do it anyway. This makes it a bit easier. Do I ever use the legendary birds? The legendary birds aren't in this game. He kept asking you to pet the cat to confirm this is live. Fair enough. That is one way to confirm it is live, I suppose. Yeah, sorry, Weech. The Hounds then? I think the current Manipped world record does use, I want to say Raikou. There you go, yes sir slash Weech. You use a different way this to confirm this is live? And what might that be, Weech? By just asking something in chat, because I'll pretty much usually say what you just said anyway. Which I mainly do because this is probably going to go up on YouTube eventually. Rules say that Porygon Z is the best Pokemon. Porygon Z is one of the best Pokemon. This is not live. You did not say that. Well, Weech, now you know this run's been spliced all along. This completely arbitrary and completely free world record, I felt the need to splice that. Recently you got a shiny Farfetch Dingle? Nice! I mean, how else would I beat like a 632, right? What about the series race? Are those spliced as well? No, I don't think they are. I mean, there's sleep breaks, but that's within the rules, so. I'll just test it when we get to it, you suppose. Fair enough. I mean, I might do a... actually, I don't even know if I'll have that much time to do routing, even if I want to. We'll see. I might do a little bit of routing in like later today, but I don't think I'll get the time for it. Because I have another appointment at 10, which I am admittedly not really looking forward to, but... It is what it is. It needs to be done. Speedrunning isn't real, it's all spliced. Now there is a bleak outlook on life right there. I'm gonna try to reconnect my AFP, because I do enjoy that controller a lot more than I do with this one. Plus, it's been charging for like a solid 20 minutes, and we have like 30 minutes of run left. just find doing movement on a GBA SP easier than on a GameCube controller. I'll keep the GameCube controller close though. Marathons are spliced too. Monka S. Okay, so that's the entire side quest we needed to do here. Or at least this part. Speedrunners are spliced too. Wait, does that mean I can now be in 2 places at the same time? I've always wanted to be able to do that. That seemed quite useful, being able to, you know, get all of my work done in half the time. Only if you glitch reality while doing IRL speedruns. Okay. So I just gotta do 100% glitched, then. Okay, I'm down for running life 100% glitched. Or, well, life 100%, and then everything else is allowed. How do you speedrun IRL 100%? By living life to the fullest. Like, 100% is the maximum amount you can get, so if you just get the maximum amount out of life, then that would constitute 100%, right? Now, how you get the maximum amount out of life, I don't really know, but I'll tell you when I find the answer to that. Any percent is just not, like, I wouldn't want to do life any percent. I like being alive. You gotta prove the Riemann hypothesis. I don't even know what that is. And I am wondering if I even want to know what that is. I mean, in general, I know a lot of things, but this is not something I know, I'm afraid. Like the most known unsolved math problem? Yeah, okay, but, I mean, I'm not a mathematician. I mean, I guess it is something that I maybe should have at least heard of, but I'm not surprised that I don't know it. You're trying to speedrun IRL bad ending, no early death abuse. Ah, sorry, Weech. But why bad ending, yes sir? Good ending speedruns are so much more fun. They're also exhausting, but... because, you know, they require more time and effort. Still, I'll stick with trying to run good ending. Yeah. What do I have left for a good ending? I guess starting a family. That would probably be a thing. That's definitely a thing I still want to do. Can you do IRL save corruption to glitch a ton of money in your bank account? I mean, yeah, I got the cats, but you know what I mean, yes, sir. Nice, Feka. Yeah, you'll have 75k, no problem. You will easily hit that this stream. There you go, yes sir. There you go. Yeah, you are, I think, the only person with an odd number of points. I think tier 2 subs can get to odd numbers as well. Because I think they have times 1.5, which does give the opportunity for odd numbers, but I've never had a... Or no, I've had... That's not true. I have had tier 2 subs. Oh, is it times 1.4? Yeah, I thought tier 2 was times 1.5. Yeah, I know tier 3 is 2 times. I'm aware of that much. I mean, I have had tier 3 subs before. Because at some point we had a meme command that was... that was just nothing for 1 channel point. I've never done predictions in this channel, so it's not predictions. Yeah, I've passed the moving out split like 5 years ago. Still working on the split after that though. Hey, I mean, as long as you, like, honestly, like, real talk, Weech, if you can pass the high school split without losing time, that's a pretty big win in my book. And even if you do lose time there, like, that usually gets compensated anyway. It's so early on in the run for most people. Depends a little bit on the category, I suppose, but for most people, that's so early on in the run that... It'll get compensated one way or another. Yeah, the high school split literally does not matter. I mean, you need to go through it. It's kind of like how you have in a Shadows of Omia 100%, how you have the school split. It literally does not matter. There's plenty of other places to make up time after. That's way more important. Yeah, the high school split can be brutal. Absolutely. High school split can absolutely be a brutal one. You're working on what the split after moving out is. Probably living together. Although some people do that during the college split or even earlier, I guess, but... Or... You messed up the college split twice, so you decided to switch route mid-run and go straight into the work chapter of the run. That works. I mean, that can work. That's a pretty valid strategy. Honestly, during the college DLC, you can opt for the weekend at mom and dad, and that brings great balance. Yeah, I can see that. I have not done that, although in the college split I did do a little bit of a side route where I did the living abroad part. After which I then moved back in, so it wasn't really moving out or anything, but... Still an interesting experience. Yeah, that is fair, yes sir. That is fair. I mean, the partnership goal, the partnership requirement for 100% is one of the most difficult ones, easily. I got quite lucky on that one, although, you know, at least that's how I feel about it at this point, for sure. I got quite lucky on that. I'm surprised you do. I would imagine that for somebody with your stats, it'd not be too difficult to get to that point. But hey, maybe that's just me. Like, to me, that would seem like that would not be the split that you should be struggling on. But hey, who am I to judge, right? Living abroad is commonly considered mainly for EXP, but it also grants you some stats in self-sufficient, so that's good. Oh, for sure, for sure. I learned a lot there. It definitely forced me to be a lot more independent. Yeah, that's fair. Yes, sir. I guess that does make it a little bit more tricky. Yo, Bob. Enjoy the lurk. Okay, we're gonna X attack. Do that twice. Those defense curls are really annoying. Yeah, that helps. I imagine if you have that perk into something that you can then capitalize on, that can definitely help. Oh god, Ammonite has Protect. That's... okay, we're gonna try it again, but I think he's just gonna Protect again, isn't he? Yeah, he's just gonna keep protecting. Ugh, this sucks. Ammonite's gonna be a pain. We're just gonna have to use Return then. That crit probably mattered. I mean, Charisma isn't a static thing. I mean, sure, for some it's easier than for others, but it's definitely something you can train. I mean, admittedly, there is a cap you'll reach at some point, but if I compare myself now to how I was, say, 10, like 12, 13 years ago, it's a huge difference. Becca can probably confirm that there's definitely a pretty big difference between me back then and me now on that field. I mean, I'm not the most charismatic guy by no means, but definitely a little bit less that timid little guy from back then. Okay, this next part I need to think about because this is always different and that always causes problems for me. I mean, for some people it can help, yeah. For some people it won't. As with anything, everybody learns in a different way. So there is no one surefire answer for everyone. Why am I dropping so many frames? I'm still alive, but I just dropped like 300 frames at once. That's annoying. Twitch, can you stabilize, please? I'm sorry for if the screen is gonna look very stuttery right now. I have no idea what's causing that. But I am dropping, like, so many frames right now. I think my audio is probably still up. But... yeah, it seems to be a little bit better again. I hope it'll stay that way, so I'm just gonna not jinx it and we'll just continue. Yeah, just know that the little bit of buffering that you got there, that's my end. Like, I did drop a lot of frames all of a sudden. I have no idea why. Surprisingly enough, not so sneaky, my memorization actually used to be quite good, but over the years, it's just gone way downhill. Yeah, I mean, Blaine's gym, well, there's really not much left of it, let's be real. Yeah, it's surprisingly good advice oftentimes. Okay, so we effectively only have 3 more battles left in the game, but we are not quite there yet. So effectively, we have about 15 minutes to do 3 battles, but there is a lot of movement in between. So we'll see if we can do it. I feel it's weird that an ice cave was literally a dormant volcano. I don't think Seafoam Islands was a volcano at any point. The volcano was on Cinnabar, technically. I mean, you don't see it in the game, but I believe it's Cinnabar itself. And rather the volcano, like, Seafoam Islands just being, like, the place they went to afterwards. You know, considering yeah, I guess they do exist. As counterintuitive as they might be. I don't know, Feke. I mean, like I said, I think the volcano usually associated with Cinnabar Island is on the island. Which makes sense considering there's quite a body of water in between where you would have seen where the eruption like destroyed everything and where the volcano would otherwise have been. Because Cinnabar got destroyed, right? I imagine with that kind of body of water in between it, the volcano would have to be at least closer to Cinnabar. Mount Fuji is a volcano covered in snow, fair enough. I did not know that. That's a crit. I was about to say, please tell me that's a crit. If that wasn't a crit, I would have gotten very worried. I just spent 20 minutes to create an account, realize I already have an account, trying to access my account to watch your stream for the first time. Definitely curious. Well, welcome, Stark. I'm expecting your Ripperoni then in my Discord. And I could use your real name, but like, let's be fair. No. Don't worry though, I know who you are. But welcome to my humble little corner of the internet. This is where the magic happens, so to speak. Everyone on Twitter really wants Diamond and Pearl remake for tomorrow. What do you think it's going to be? I'm not going to make any predictions because I feel like by making predictions, it is either going to inevitably be a case of, yeah, that's basically what we said, which is the good part, or it's going to be a letdown, and I kind of want to avoid the latter from happening. Because he's one of my students, Weech. Yeah, I guess that makes sense, Onion. I guess that makes sense. I mean, if it's an inactive volcano, the magma would be pretty far down. So if it's high enough up, it's probably very possible for, Also, ground is incredibly good at insulating in general. No, I didn't, Weech. I don't know exactly how... I think they probably must have... I'm trying to think if I sent them the Discord invite directly first, or I may have sent... Like, they may have asked for it and me having sent it. I don't remember. But yeah, all we're saying is it is within the realm of possibilities. In DMs, probably. Ah, yeah, that works too. Or YouTube. Yeah, it's linked in my YouTube descriptions as well. That would also work. You can still DM each other if you send a friend request, or you can... Or, I mean, we have other means of contacting each other. Let's be fair. I mean, we've been doing online classes for, like, 2 months now, right? Almost 2.5. So at this point, it's fair to say that we know how to interact on the internet. I think if we get a really good red fight, we might sub 430 still. It's gonna be really close though. That said, I am fairly confident we can at least bop the current world record by over 2 hours. Assuming we win the red fight on the first try. And I'd be quite happy with that. If we can bop the world record by more than 2 hours, that means at least it's a little less free. Okay, so the idea for red is actually fairly similar to how we usually fight red with Alligator, except Raticate should have an easier time just on account of not being weak to like all of the moves from Pikachu. Charm, good. Charm, good. We kind of want one more charm here. That's annoying, but I think I can play myself out of this. How much damage does it do? Not actually that much. That was not a necessary crit, but... I don't like doing this on Snorlax, but I think his body slam may otherwise. I have some X defenses if this does over half. That did. Please tell me that was a crit. That was not a crit. Can we still win this? I think we can. It depends on how much this does. Kill? Not a kill. The difference here is that at least if we should be able to tank a solar beam, I think. Hopefully. If we don't, we're just dead anyway, so. Please tell me I live that. Okay. That's a 2-turn move. I mean, it's gonna take me 2 hits to kill the Venusaur, but... I can heal here, he's gonna take in Sunlight, and then we just attack again and we win. That sub 430 is probably dead. Charizard is faster than me now. That's a big problem. Yeah. It's gonna end up being a standoff between Raticate and Blastoise. Which I don't think we win that. I don't know if we win that. He's gonna hit. He's gonna put us at low health. I should have reset at the Snorlax, probably. I think that kind of caused me to become... Let's say, get into a loop that may be unwinnable. It really depends. Like, if... I don't know that this'll do less than half. Yeah, we lose. That sucks. Well, not 2 hours faster than the world record, but mainly because Red was a bully. He needs to now miss Thunder. We've entered the loop where he keeps using Thunder until he misses. Please miss, Pikachu. 30% to miss. We're in trouble again. Red is really being a bully today. I'm not confident we're ready to beat the rest of the team yet. Okay, now we can beat. Now we win. Now we win. So yeah, not quite 2 hours faster than the world record, but quite a bit faster either way. We're gonna have a fairly decent time here. Definitely one that I'm happy with. In the meantime, I'm just gonna quickly peek over to see if I can find someone to host. That's before my time, Bob. At least I imagine that's before my time. Oh wait, no. That's where it is. There we go. 430, 434, I think. I'm gonna send you guys over to Recult. Good boy, Recult. Practicing Ape Escape. But before I do, first off, thank you everybody for dropping by. I hope you guys enjoyed the Rattata line-only speedrun of Pokemon Crystal. 434, I was hoping for sub 430. The death on red kind of lost us that, but honestly not a